yesterday. It became.
Oh, everyone you can all remain seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I get some print stickers real quick?
Sure.
Print stickers. So, Your Honor, yesterday after Detective Pavelic testified, it became apparent that he had not, in conducting his investigation, reviewed any of the video from the patrol officers or the bike officers that were investigating this Tesla accident on the night of, or the early morning of March 25th, 2023. In discovery, we received from the state a video, which I'm going to mark. This one there. This is the bike link. We'll mark as Defense Exhibit 7. That is the body-worn camera from patrol officer, wherein he interviews two witnesses to the accident, both of which say they heard gunshots and then a crash. This is key evidence that goes to the circumstances under which Mr. Castillo was operating his vehicle at the time, which is one of the elements of the manslaughter charge that he has against him.
All right, so here's the court's question. This, your exhibit that you're offering, when did you receive that information?
I received the body-worn camera in question. Judge, I'd have to go back and look, but I want to say it was during the initial discovery that we received in this case.
And so approximately when would that have been? I
want to say it's probably somewhere around October of 24.
Okay.
Thereabouts.
All right.
So we've got this video. On the video, the officer, it does not appear, gets the information from the two witnesses that are telling him they heard gunshots and saw the crash. We don't receive any information regarding these witnesses in discovery from the state at all.
All right, state.
So, I got more. I'm sorry, sure. Judge. So subsequent to this, in July of 25, we receive an upload in discovery, and this is something we obtained fairly recently, but it's uploaded. It looks like it's somewhere around July of 25, a homemade video that's made by these two witnesses that were on the officer's body cam. It gets produced to the DA's office, and they upload it into discovery, where we're able to obtain the video. But again, the state does not update its witness list with the names or addresses of who these witnesses are. I mean, the last witness list we got from the state was when they first filed it, and that was May 14th of 2025.
State, do you have the names of those witnesses?
Judge, I don't. So the body-worn camera where the officers failed to get the names of the witnesses was uploaded to discovery on April 8th of 2023, and then the videos defense exhibit that he's referencing was uploaded in July 22. On July 22nd of 2025, I don't have the name of those witnesses. I've never spoken with them. I don't know who they are.
And Judge, I think that that's a problem because the state has a duty to seek out exculpatory evidence.
Mhm.
And they have a duty to reveal that exculpatory evidence to the defense.
Didn't they reveal it to you by giving you the video
They
that
did
had
not,
the
Judge.
statements?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Your
No, no,
Honor.
no. So you didn't receive the video with the statements from these witnesses?
I did receive the video. However, I did not receive their information, which they are key witnesses that we should have been able to subpoena to come in and prove up this video that they provided to us.
All right, but this is what I'm trying to understand. Number one, state, do you have the name of those witnesses? All right, so defense, you're telling the court that you were aware of the video, you viewed the video sometime in 2025.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't think we reviewed it until probably about maybe 3 months ago.
All right, so it's been reviewed 3 months ago. So the state does have a duty to turn over evidence to you, and they're saying that they turned the video over to you and that you received it, and you're stating that you received it.
That's correct, Judge. However, we did not receive the information about the witnesses. I know they're saying they don't have it, but that begs the question of how did they get the video? They got the video from the person who made the video. Somebody did. That person, that witness who's on that video from the body worn camera gave that to somebody from the state. And at that point, their information should have been gathered to be disclosed to the defense. This is definitely exculpatory evidence.
Well, but I mean, the question becomes whether or not you were handed over the exculpatory evidence. And you stated that you actually received the DVD, the video, and that you've had that DVD, that video for over 3 months.
Okay, Judge, but I don't have any of the information about the witnesses. And the witnesses' testimony may be a lot more than what's just on that video, and it's definitely exculpatory. Their testimony is exculpatory. I don't have their testimony, and that's the problem.
Well, when you say you don't have their testimony, their statement is in the video. Is that correct?
That is not correct. They have some statements in the video. However, being able to call them and have them testify here before this jury is important.
Hmm.
It would definitely provide exculpatory evidence to this jury.
All right. So what are you requesting?
Your Honor, at this time, I've conferred with the state about this.
So what are you requesting?
There's three options that I can see, Judge.
No. What specifically are you requesting?
I'm requesting that the video be admitted into evidence before this jury.
All right. So state, are you objecting to the video being admitted?
I need.
Okay, sure.
So I don't know how parties are coming to court announcing ready. If they're then saying, I'm basically essentially what he's saying now is that he's not ready.
Judge, we're not saying that we're not ready. What we're saying is the state hasn't complied with 3914, providing the witness information. That's what we're saying. And they had a duty to do that. The court ruled on at least 3 motions. One, a Brady motion, a discovery motion, and then a motion to reveal exculpatory information to the defense. The court granted all 3 of those motions. The state hasn't done it. Somebody gave that video to the state, and the state should have known who those witnesses were and gotten that information to the defense. They didn't do it.
All right, Deputy Laura, if you'll line up the jurors, please. And state who is your next witness.
Christine Castillo.
All right, if you'll have them on the stand, please. And state, while that is happening, if you'll have your advocate or whoever it is, see if they can discover who these parties are on some video.
Yes, Judge. I guess at this point, I don't mind stipulating to the video. However, I just think it needs to be made clear to the jury in the stipulation that the state provided these videos.
All right.
Did you want her to remain standing?
Oh, she can sit. All right, we can bring the jury in. Yes.
All right, to the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Christine Castillo.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, state, you may proceed.
Ms. Christine, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name for the jury?
Christine Gonzalez,
And how old are you currently?
67 years old.
What state do you live in currently?
I currently live in Newburgh, North Carolina. I moved in January of 2023 there. And prior to that, I lived in Springfield, Missouri for 5 years. And prior to that, I lived in San Antonio, Texas for 30 years.
You know an individual by the name of Eric Michael Moody.
Yes, I do.
And how did you know Eric Michael Moody?
He is my son.
Did you have any other children other than Eric?
He's my only child.
And what is Michael's father, or Eric Michael Moody's father's name?
His name is Michael Moody.
And did you and Mr. Moody decide to raise Eric here in Bear County?
Yes, Michael and I, divorced when Eric was 2 years old. And we made a commitment to each other that we were going to co-parent Eric, even though our marriage didn't survive. So Mike was working as an electrical engineer here in San Antonio. And, there were times when either he or I could move out of San Antonio, but either one of us, wanted to do that because we both wanted to be involved in Eric's life. And so we were very, very committed to co-parenting Eric.
Thank you. Can you please describe to the jury the nature of your relationship with Eric? Did you have a close knit relationship with him, or how would you describe that?
I had an incredible, relationship with him. He was everything to me. He was, such an easy child to raise. There was nothing more than I wanted than to be a mother. And, when he was born, he changed my life completely. I was just so committed to him.
And did Eric attend school here in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, he was in the Northeast ISD school district. So he attended elementary school, middle school, and high school in Northeast ISD.
And when it became time for his post-secondary education, did he attend university here in San Antonio, Texas? He
attended Trinity University and graduated with a history degree from there. Went to China and taught English there, and then came back and worked full-time at the Sylvan Learning Center as a tutor, and went part-time to UTSA to get a computer software engineering degree.
Now I want to ask you about the week of March 25th of 2023. Did you receive news regarding your son Eric Melvin?
Yes.
And what news is that?
So with this Saturday evening, and it was late at night, and Eric's father called me. I was asleep. And he said, Christine, I have some horrible news to give you. And initially I thought he was going to tell me about his mother, because his mother had been in the nursing home. And so I listened, and he said, Christine, Eric was killed in a car crash. And so I said, he was driving? And he said, no, he was walking and he got hit and was left. And then I became physically ill. My partner, Howard, woke up and asked what was wrong and tried to explain to him. And neither one of us, needless to say, slept for the rest of the night. Howard got online and started making airplane reservations for us to fly out the next morning to San Antonio. And we got here and went to the funeral home and waited for Eric to be released from the medical examiner's office.
Now, Miss Christina, I'm going to have to show you a photo. And so I'm going to ask you to, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to look to your right. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to look to your right. Now I'm going to publish to you what has been admitted into evidence. I'll see if you can get me records. Okay. And I have to ask you to look at that photo. Okay. Can you please take a look at Stacey's exhibit and records? You actually sign it.
Yeah.
Possible, Mr.
Right, defense.
Ms. Gonzalez, my name is David McLean, and I represent Robert Castillo in this case. On behalf of my client and myself, we want to extend our deepest sympathies.
Sustained.
Ms. Gonzalez, I have no questions.
Right, thank you. You may step down. Oh, can you take the microphone? All right, just one moment. All right, state, call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all wait in the jury room for us and I'll call you right back in, okay? Everyone, please rise. All right, everyone, please be seated. So it's my understanding that state, you're willing to stipulate to the video?
Yes, Judge, as long as it's just made clear to the jury that we did provide the videos to the judge.
Defense?
Judge, I don't have a problem with that. There is still an issue of we do not have the contact information for these witnesses. It's not been provided to us, and so
Well, my question is this, you said that when I asked what you were requesting, you stated that the first thing is for the state to stipulate to the video. So the state is saying they're willing to stipulate to the video. Are you not requesting that? Or are you requesting something else?
yeah, we're requesting that, Judge. That's fine.
All right. So is there anything else that you're requesting other than that? I just want the record to be clear that that's what you're requesting.
And we are also requesting, in addition to the state stipulating to the video, the witness information, their name, address, and phone numbers.
All right. So do you all have the name, address, and phone numbers?
Judge, I just want the record to be clear, I did not receive the videos from the people that took them. They were sent to a family member of the complainant and then forwarded to us. So I don't know the individuals that took the videos. I've never met with them. I don't have any contact information of them.
And I guess the question is, Judge, is they got it from those people, whoever received it at the DA's office, whoever got that, did they follow up and ask who these people are? Can we get their name, address, and phone number? We might want to talk to them. And it seems to me that just would have been the prudent thing to do. They got it from someone. And I guess.
So this is what I'm
I
going
would
to tell
inquire to the
everybody.
court.
Here's the thing. If you all are stipulating to the video and the video is coming in, and that's what you're asking for, and the state is in agreement with that, then that's what I will give you. If y'all are not doing that, and if in addition to that, y'all want names of witnesses and want that, then I don't know if y'all are still stipulating to the video. All right, so what are we doing here?
For the forced election, Judge, I think we just have to go ahead and accept the stipulations of the video and do the best we got with what we have.
No. My thing is, if y'all want just the them stipulating to the video and the video coming in, then that's what the court will do. If y'all are requesting something else, then the record needs to be clear on what you're requesting.
And I want to make the record real clear, Judge, because we did request two things. One, we requested the admission of the video. Two, we requested the information regarding these witnesses. It's the state saying they don't have it. I don't know why they don't have it. I think it's still a Brady violation. But if the state's willing to stipulate to the video, then we'll go with that and go forward. I don't know how we have a choice at this point.
Oh, no, you do have a choice. All right, this is what we're going to do. State, see if you can talk to the detective, whoever it is, who has the name of these people. All right, thank you. Yes.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right, to the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, defense, do you have any opening statements? All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, jury. As you know, my name's David McLean. I represent Robert Castillo in this case. You've heard a lot of evidence from the state. We think that the evidence is going to show you that Robert Castillo is a family man, that he was a generous employer and boss, that he spent the evening out with his employees kind of as a reward for doing a great job at their shop. I was going to show you, it was a work event. It wasn't a night out in the town with the boys. But they went to a food truck park called Elkin and had a good time. Robert brought everybody dinner, just as a way of saying thank you. Went back to his apartment. They went to the pool, hung out for a little while. People start to leave. Mr. Lerma's there because he has this rule, as we heard, that you don't drink and drive. If he's had anything, he's not driving. He has to spend the night with Mr. Castillo's. He's an employee of his, but Mr. Castillo says, hey, no problem. Everyone's going to show you that earlier that day, Ashley Sanchez, the mother of his children, had been calling him about, hey, I need you to come pick up the van, the minivan we use for the kids, because it's March 24th, right in time for Fiesta. That next weekend, this all happens like on Friday. That weekend was King William Fair, and that's where Ashley lives. She lives down in the King William district of San Antonio, very close to Alamo and Provant, where it's accident happened. Hey, I need you to come get the car, so that the minivan, so that the kids can use it, so we can use it to get around this weekend. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck here with no car because they shut down all the roads. So Robert's been entertaining his employees all night, getting late. One last thing he's got to do. I'm go take care of my kids, make sure they got a ride for the weekend, get this car out of there, and go do what I've got to do. Evan's going to show you that at the time, Ashley and Robert aren't together. They're not seeing each other. But he wants to do right by his kids, make sure they're taken care of. So he gets in the car with Mr. Warner. They head down to downtown from the Pearl area and exit at South Alamo. We've all seen the tussle already, right? The FJ makes a left in front of him. Mr. Castillo is tired, it's late. He went, I'm gonna go. Goes behind him. All of a sudden, he finds himself in a nightmare. FJ's pulling off to the side, hitting his brakes, slowing down, kind of pacing. Robert's going, okay, well, what's going on with this guy? What do I do? I'm gonna check and see if this guy's all right. FJ rolls down his window, immediately starts getting hostile and aggressive. Mr. Castillo makes a joke and just kind of says, hey, you ran the light back there. Oh, well, he ran it too. Just trying to make light of it, just diffuse the situation a little bit. Evans already showed you from Mr. Larmer's testimony. He wasn't yelling at him. He wasn't aggressive. His voice never changed. At that point, the vehicle stopped. The driver of the FJ opens his door like he's getting ready to come out and assault them. Robert opens his door, just in case he has to get out of the car, closes it fairly shortly thereafter. If you look at those Tesla videos and time it out, you'll see that the driver of that FJ keeps his door open for like another 7 seconds. Still talking to these guys, still getting aggressive with them. Mr. Castillo is going to testify that he never had that gun on his lap. That the gun was in the console of the vehicle. He wears it on his hip, and when he gets in the car, he takes it off because it's uncomfortable. It hurts. So he puts it in the console. This testimony about it being on his lap, I don't know where that comes from, but you guys are the triers of fact. You get to determine what that evidence shows you. Okay? The next thing that he knows, Mr. Castillo looks out his window, and the driver of that FJ, Diego Gomez, is pointing what appears to be a sawed-off shotgun at him. And you're going to get a chance to look at those pictures that we've submitted. And there's going to be some more evidence that comes in to show you this. But if you look at those and you blow them up, you're going to be able to see a sight, and you're going to be able to see 2 darker circles. It's very bad video. I'm going to admit it. But we've got what we've got. The defense doesn't have the burden here. Remember that. We're presenting you the evidence that we've got to work with in this case. But you'll see 2 darker circles there that look like the barrel of a sawed-off shotgun. Mr. Castillo sees that and takes off. Immediately after that, bang, 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 gunshots go out. You're going to see evidence that those bullets hit the Tesla. Mr. Castillo is going to tell you there are no bullet holes in the Tesla when he left the parking lot that night. There's no bullet holes. Those bullet holes came from being fired at by the driver of the FJ. So we believe the evidence is going to show you was a gentleman by the name of Diego Gomez. Those Teslas accelerate very quickly. He got up to 88 miles an hour. We already know that. He's ducked down behind the dash. He's literally using, you saw the giant screen on the Tesla, right? The pictures of that. He's using that screen because it's in GPS, it's in real time. He's using that to drive. He's been in this area of town hundreds of times. He knows that curve's coming up. And he's trying to negotiate it while ducking down, trying not to get shot. One of the things we have to look at here is whether or not the evidence is going to show you from his perspective what was going on. And one of the things you're going to learn in this trial is that Mr. Castillo's got a brother named Paul. Paul was shot in a road rage incident. It is now a quadriplegic. He's bound in a wheelchair the rest of his life. And then while this is going on, that's exactly what Mr. Castillo is worried about. He's worried he's going to be just like his brother. We heard from Mr. Lerma already. He was running for his life after this thing happened because his mom had been shot and murdered. That perspective has a powerful impact when you're in that situation. And I think what you're going to find at the end of all this is that when Mr. Castillo took off and was trying to outrun this FJ that was firing at him, I don't think he did anything that any one of us wouldn't do. And your standard here is that it's got to be a gross deviation from what an ordinary person would do under those same circumstances, taken from his perspective. I think the evidence is going to show very clearly this is pretty much what anybody would do in that situation. When he's ducked down and he's trying to negotiate that curve, He's not looking out the windshield. Just like Mr. Lerman, they're both ducked down. And unfortunately, he doesn't negotiate that turn right. He hits that island. He hears a loud bang, makes him duck down even further. He thought he got hit again. They go on the sidewalk, and unfortunately, God bless him. Great news right there. It's a horrible accident, but I think the evidence is going to show you it's not a crime. The other charge that we have to deal with here is fair stop and render a death. And there's elements to that, and we'll go through that, and you'll see those in your jury charge. But I think that the evidence is going to show you that he stopped because the vehicle plowed into the wall. The second element says he has to come back and didn't stop, so we don't have to worry about the second. We know if he stopped and hit the wall.
Yes.
I'm just gonna object on spirit.
I can't hear you, Megan.
I'm making an object this argument to the jury if we can just stick to the evidence.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Okay, I think the evidence is going to show you that he stopped when he hit the wall. I think the evidence is going to show you that he got out of the vehicle and looked around to find out if anybody been hurt, because he was looking for Mr. Lerman. I think the evidence is going to show you that the only other person he knew was involved in that accident was Mr. Lerman, other than himself, because he never saw Mr. Lerman. Gets out of the vehicle after all the airbags are deployed. That is going to show you the airbag curtains are down. He can't see through the vehicle. Mr. Moody is on the other side of the vehicle. It's dark. Airbags have gone off. He's disoriented because he's been injured in the accident. He gets out and he's looking for Mr. Lerman because he's the only other person he knows that's been in the car. He sees Mr. Lerma off the street and goes after it to try and find out, hey, you okay? What's going on? What are we doing? Meantime, he knows that these guys have been shooting at him. And he decides, I can't stick around here. I'm going to get shot. And he leaves after Mr. Lerma pushes him away. I'm good. Go away. You can't use my phone. All the other stuff that we've heard. That was going to show you. He goes over to Ashley Sanchez's house, which is only a couple of blocks away. He knocks on the door. He's crying. He's hurt. He's very upset. She doesn't want anything to do with him because they're not together. The evidence is going to show you that she's going to testify he was not intoxicated, that she's very sensitive because her father was an alcoholic, that she's very sensitive to the odor of alcohol or intoxicating beverages. She's going to tell you 100% he was not intoxicated when he went to her house. Evan's going to show you he gets into an Uber and goes to a friend's house. The next day, he's in pain, can't even get out of bed. The following day, the 27th, he turns himself in voluntarily because he sees on the news, oh man, somebody got killed. I've got to go do the right thing. I'm just going to show you that you trusted the justice system. We trust you to weed this thing out and show that after you analyze all the evidence, Mr. Castillo is not guilty of manslaughter. He did what anybody else would have done under those same circumstances. He's not guilty of failure to stop and render aid because he didn't know Mr. Moody was there. And because he had a necessity defense, he had to leave or he would get shot and kill himself. We have a right in Texas to protect ourselves. I think when you see all the evidence in its totality, and you look at everything, I think that your only verdict is going to be not guilty on both counts. I appreciate your time. I look forward to presenting our case.
All right, defense, call your first witness.
Yes, Judge, defense calls Jared Lopez.
If you'll put on that square gray microphone that's up there, it's for the court reporter to hear.
Okay.
And if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear.
Okay.
And if you'll state your name for the record.
Jared Lopez.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jared Lopez. Yeah.
And Mr. Lopez, how do you know Mr. Castillo?
I know Robert from working at Take 5 Oil Change.
And how long have you known him?
Roughly about 7 to 8 years.
And how well do you know Mr. Castillo?
I would say I know him pretty well.
Where are you currently employed?
Work at Allied Fire Protection,
Where were you employed in March of 2023?
Take 5 Oil Change.
How long did you work there?
Roughly about 8 to 9 weeks.
And when did you leave Take 5?
In 2023,
Is there a reason that you left?
I was terminated.
Okay, and what were you terminated for?
I was terminated for one of my employees doing a vehicle inspection. That should have failed, that passed, but since I was a manager, it fell directly under me.
Now, are you familiar with the events that occurred on March 25th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing around that time?
We were at Robert's apartment. That night we had met up for a company event. Since one of the stores had won the most clean shop in the company.
And my apologies, Jared. Is this on March 25th?
That March 25th is a Saturday,
I believe it was a Saturday.
so it'd be March 20. The Friday was the day we met at the apartment.
Okay. And had you guys planned to meet at the apartment?
Yeah, it was a planned event with Robert and the regional manager.
And what were you guys celebrating? I'm sorry.
We were celebrating because one of the stores at Take 5 won an award for most clean shop in the company.
And what was Robert's role in this?
He was our district manager.
But what was his role in the celebration?
He was there to take us out at a store level to help celebrate an accomplishment for having the cleanest store in the company.
What time did you get to his apartment?
I arrived at Robert's apartment at 7 o'clock.
Who was there when you got to his apartment?
It was just us two.
And did other people eventually arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was at the apartment?
Myself, Robert, Antonio Lerma, and then some of other Take 5 employees that I don't recall their names.
Once everybody got to the apartment, where did you guys go?
We walked the Riverwalk to go to El Camino.
And what is El Camino?
El Camino is it's an outdoor establishment that has multiple food trucks of different types of food.
Is it a bar or a club?
No, ma'am.
And once you guys got to El Camino, what did you do?
El Camino, we're just conversating, talking about shop talk, who has the best store, talking about sports, Just normal conversating.
And were the same people that met at Robert's apartment all at El Camino as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Robert drinking at El Camino?
To my knowledge, me and Robert were drinking. Robert had 1 beer.
Was this considered a work event?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you consider this a work event?
Because it was directly coordinated with our district manager, Robert, and also the regional manager, which would be Robert's boss.
So this wasn't a boys' night out.
No, ma'am.
Does Take Five have any type of policy regarding alcohol at work events?
Yes, ma'am. It's a responsible amount of alcohol.
Were you drinking that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you buying drinks for other people in your party?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever buy Robert a drink?
No, ma'am.
In your opinion, was Robert intoxicated at any point that night?
I don't object, that's one for legal conclusions.
Sustained.
You said Antonio Lerma was with you that night,
Yes,
right? And do you know Antonio very well?
I would say so.
And how do you know him?
Also through Take Five OJ.
Okay. And how long have you worked with Mr. Lerma?
3 or 4 years. I was his immediate supervisor.
Did you have a good working relationship with him?
Me and Antonio had a good working relationship. It was just, yeah, I would say so. Yes.
Mr. Lopez, when did you hear about the accident?
The following day, which I believe would be that Saturday morning, received a phone call from Antonio Lerma.
And did you ever hear from Robert on that Saturday, March 25th?
No, ma'am.
At any point on that day, do you go to Antonio's house?
It's the following day, yes, ma'am, I went to Antonio's house.
And what happened at his house?
Antonio called me over to pretty much try to figure out what was going on with Robert because he was our immediate supervisor. So he called me over to talk about, I'm not too sure. But when I arrived to his house, there was Antonio and all of his family there.
And was Robert there?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone from San Antonio Police Department ever contacted you about this case?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Lopez, earlier you stated that Robert had 1 beer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember approximately what time that was at?
It was roughly about 9 o'clock.
And was Robert acting normal to you?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Okay, Mr. Logan, so you testified that you all were at El Camino, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you testified that it is not a bar, but a food truck park, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And even though it's not considered a bar, they still do sell alcoholic beverages there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, they have, I guess, for a lack of a better word, a specific trailer that sells nothing but alcoholic beverages, correct?
To my knowledge.
Okay. And so. Just regarding that night, you stated that you were consuming alcohol, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you get home that night?
My wife.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may approach.
Do you recall what alcoholic beverages you were drinking that night?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Do you remember if you paid with card or cash?
That's usually card.
So I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibits number 48 and 49. Can you take a look at the name that is contained on this document, as well as the name
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the drinks that are contained on this document.
Just to confirm, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so does that appear to be an accurate representation of what you purchased on that day?
Looks correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so can you tell me how many drinks that you purchased yourself that night?
I don't recall, but based off this, it shows, is that 5?
Okay. And what were those alcoholic beverages?
It shows here Tito's and orange juice.
Okay. Is that, to your knowledge, also known as a screwdriver?
I'm not too sure, don't recall.
All right. And did you consume these 5 drinks yourself?
No, no.
Okay. Who did you provide them to?
Myself and then whoever else was there at the establishment at El Camino.
Okay. So how many drinks did you consume that night?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that if you were consuming alcohol, although you can't remember exactly what you consumed, you had at least purchased 5 alcoholic beverages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so alcohol can sometimes have an effect on your memory. Is that right?
Not too sure.
Have you ever been intoxicated before?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And so sometimes when you are under the influence of alcohol, you don't have an accurate recollection of what occurred. Is that
Objection, Your Honor.
correct?
Speculation.
That will be sustained if you want to rephrase.
Okay. So during times that you've consumed alcoholic beverages in excess, can you recall a time that that's occurred?
Where I consumed alcohol and I can remember the time frame.
So can you remember a time frame where you were intoxicated?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
That'll be overruled.
Can you ask the question one more time, please?
Yes. Can you recall a time that you've been intoxicated by consumption of alcohol?
I don't recall.
Okay. But I guess my question is to you that it's fair to say that had you been consuming alcohol that night, your memory might not be the best. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
It's possible, right?
It's a possibility, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so were you ever the defendant's boss or was he your boss?
He was our supervisor.
Okay. And so he held a supervisory role over you, is that correct?
Correct. He was a district manager. Yes, ma'am.
What was your position?
A store manager.
At this time of possible.
Defense.
We have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the defense.
Excuse me.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is pending. If you'll remove the microphone, please, and you're excused. Thank you. Defense, call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. Defense calls Ashley Sanchez.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. All right, there's a gray microphone up there. If you'll just put that somewhere on the shirt, it's for the court reporter to hear. And you can put it on your collar too if you want to. All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. All right, state your name for the record, please.
I'm Ashley Sanchez.
All right, you may proceed.
Actually, I can already tell it's gonna be an issue. If you can bring that microphone a little bit closer to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Ashley Sanchez. I am the mother of all 3 kids of Robert Castillo and Stockford.
And Ms. Sanchez, how long have you known Mr. Castillo?
I've known him for 15 years.
And how well do you know Mr. Castillo?
I know him very well. I can say I know him better than his own mother.
Now, You've been in trouble with the law before, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what
Um,
happened?
I've been in trouble for assault with family violence. Currently on deferred adjudication probation.
And do you know what deferred adjudication means?
I am under supervision from my probation officer. As of right now, I have no convicted felony on my background.
And in relation to your case, are you receiving any kind of benefit to testify here today
No,
from the state or from Robert
no,
or from us as his attorneys?
no.
Now, I want to take you to March 24th of 2022.
Mhm.
Were you in contact with Robert that day?
Yes.
Why?
We agreed that he's gonna come pick up my vehicle from my apartment. So that way it can repair. It was broken down. I'm not able to drive it. I just really need to get my vehicle fixed for our kids.
And were you and Robert together at the time?
No,
What happened around 1:30 in the morning on March 25th?
Robert came to my apartment. He was knocking on my door. I wouldn't open it until I finally did. He asked me for a ride. I kept denying him. I didn't want him at my place.
Let's break it up a little bit, okay? So you said he came to your apartment and he was knocking at the door.
Yes, correct.
How was he acting?
He looked a mess. He was missing his shoes. It looked like his shirt was torn up. His hair was everywhere. He was crying. He was crying to me, begging me to come in, just to come in. He looked a mess. He looked very scared.
Have you ever seen him like that?
No,
You stated that he was asking you to come in. Did you let him into your apartment?
no, I didn't. I offered him a ride just so we can get out. I didn't want him there. I was very ugly and mean to him. I didn't care what he had to say.
Why didn't you let him in your apartment?
I had a guy that I was dating at that time over in my apartment. And I just didn't want him to come in.
So where did you continue your conversation with him?
I closed the door, left my kid inside the apartment, and I walked out. We were just on my staircase. We were talking. I just kept telling him to leave. I didn't care what he had to say. I just wanted to leave.
You asked, or earlier you stated that he. Um. Okay, so you guys are outside of your apartment
Correct.
and you want him to leave, correct?
Correct.
Does he eventually leave?
Yes, I get him a ride through a lift, and I make him stay in front of the house that I was renting.
Did he ever ask to use your phone?
No,
When you were talking with him, did he show any signs of intoxication?
no, 100% no.
When did you find out that he was involved in an accident?
His mom, I would say more like around 10:30 in the morning, his mom gave me a call, because I had called her that same night. Because if it wasn't Lyft that was gonna give him a ride, I wanted his mom to give him a ride. So I didn't find out. She called me. She received a text that his car was in an accident. So she called me trying to figure out what happened, if I knew anything. I didn't know anything until she mentioned it that morning.
Judge will pass the witness.
State.
Okay, Sanchez. So on the night that the crash occurred, your address was 326. Historic district, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so how long did you live in that district?
I just moved that month. I had, moved at the beginning of March.
Okay, so you had just moved to that, was it an apartment or a house?
It's a retirement home that was split up into, I believe, 8 apartments.
Okay, so you had been living there for roughly a month, is that correct?
Correct.
And then after the crash, how much longer did you live there?
I believe just 1 more month.
Okay,
They sold the house.
okay. I'm gonna ask you to look at State's Exhibit number 49. Can you take a look at that and see, does that appear to be a fair and accurate like map of Madison Street right here and then South Alamo, including Proband?
Yes.
It does, it doesn't, that appears to be a fair and accurate
Yes.
depiction. Okay. So at this time, I'm tendering State's Exhibit number 49 to Defense for inspection and offering the same.
Megan, I thought you already walked to 49.
Yes. There is a
Sanchez. So I'm just going to show you the same map that I showed you. It's now marked State's Exhibit number 59. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if it's a fair and accurate representation of the area that you lived during the time of the crash?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you. Now at this time, I'm tendering State's Exhibit 59 to Defense and offering the same.
No objection. Judge.
State's Exhibit number 59 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Sandra, can you see that up there on the screen to your right?
Yes.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 59. Madison Street is running right here. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so South Alamo and Provan is at this intersection right here. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you testified that the defendant arrived at your residence at about what time was that?
One
Around
30.
Okay, so sometime between 1 AM and 1:30 AM, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you kind of explain to me the stair area that you all were talking in?
It is in the back of the house, it's the only stairs at that house. It goes straight up to the second floor. It's right at the right side of the fence to the other house.
Okay, so the stairs are located in the outside area of the home before you enter the front door, is that correct?
Yes, it's in the back.
Okay, and about how long were you all outside talking?
10 minutes.
Okay. And so at any point during this interaction that you had with the defendant, did you all hear fire sirens or police sirens?
No,
Okay, even though there were some in the area attending to the victim at a crash site, you didn't hear any
I
sirens?
did not hear anything.
And so you testified the defendant went from the crash to your residence, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you got him, what did you say,
A
lift
lift.
to a separate location?
Yes,
What location?
that was his apartment.
Okay. And then you go with the defendant, to turn himself in on March 27th, 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
And at this time, your phone number was 210-847. And so you had access to a phone at the time the defendant showed up to your residence, however, he did not ask you to use that phone at all, was that correct?
Correct. He didn't ask for the phone.
And at the time that you go with the defendant, do you recall which substation you went to? Was it the central, it was a central substation located on Frio, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's not really far from your residence on Madison
No.
Street, right? It's just straight up
Yeah.
South Alamo onto Frio, correct?
yes.
Would you say it's between like a 4 to 6 minute drive from your place?
I would say about a little bit more, 7, 10 minutes.
Okay, so less than 10 minutes, fair to say.
Yes,
And the defendant's mom also accompanied you all to this tournament, is that correct?
yes,
And you all were very sad, at the time, right? You're hugging him and crying before you leave him at the substation, correct?
yes,
Okay, and at this time, you're aware that he's killed somebody with another vehicle, correct?
yes.
And that Mr. Moody's parents didn't have an opportunity to give him one last hug. like
Objection,
you
Your
did.
Honor, speculation.
All right, that'll be sustained.
And so after you leave him there at the substation, you talk with him on a recorded line multiple times between March 29th of 2023 and March 31st of 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And so, well, let me back up a little bit. Because you said that your phone number was 210-847.
May I see the defense exhibit of the cell records?
So I'm gonna show you what has been marked as defense exhibit A. And I guess before I do that, prior to the defendant turning himself in, you communicated with Antonio Lerma on March 25th and March 26th.
correct.
Okay. And so if we look at defense exhibit A, which is Antonio Lerma's phone records, I'm gonna turn to page 9. And start at line 145 to 149. You can refresh your memory with the phone numbers, but does it appear that on March 25th of 2023, you called Antonio Lerma's phone 5 times?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then on the following day, on lines 163 through 165, you called Mr. Lerma's phone 4 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so there's been, prior testimony that Antonio Lerma was, I guess, pretty good friends with the defendant. Did you have personal knowledge of that at the time?
Yes, my kids refer to him as Theo, they're not Theo to me.
Okay, so you all were pretty close, is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say close, more bothered them, I stay with my kids.
Okay, so you really didn't hang out with Antonio or not,
I
not
would be around.
So now I want to talk to you about some of the things that were said about. Well, let me back up to, when the defendant arrived at your residence, did you have knowledge that, you know, that he had that motor vehicle, that Tesla, that it belonged to him?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, so I guess you knew that the defendant owned the white Tesla, correct? That was correct. Okay, and so did you know that he was on his way to pick up your van?
I kept telling him I had him a certain time, so yes, I did, and he was supposed to be on his way.
Okay, so you were expecting him that night, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then he shows up at your doorstep. And you don't ask him where his motor vehicle is?
No, because in the back of the house, it's only enough parking for one vehicle per apartment.
Okay, so then if he was originally there to pick up your van, did he leave with the van?
No, the way I saw him crying and frantic, I felt disgusted and I didn't want him, I thought he was there to rekindle our relationship.
Okay. And so then you didn't ask him, you know, any questions about why he was in the state that he was in?
You know, like I mentioned, I was just very disgusted with his appearance and everything, we were broken up.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about the crash before, he turned himself in?
No, we just went over the same thing, I asked him, well, yes, he did, I asked him what exactly happened. And he told me that he crashed. He was afraid for his life.
So then, now we're gonna get to the point of after he turns himself in, you speak with him on his recorded line between the dates, March 29th of 2023 and March 31st of 2023. So on March 29th of 2023. You were already aware that news articles were circulating about the defendant being involved in the crash, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you state to the defendant that Antonio Lerma threw him under the bus big time, correct?
Correct.
And then in one phone call, you tell the defendant that you all are searching for somebody to sort of vouch for the defendant's character. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And he suggested Jared Lopez that just testified before you. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them to not call, or he told you not to call Jared, correct?
Yes.
And in the same phone call, you told the defendant that you would do anything for him. You remember
Yes.
saying that? Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that at the time the defendant arrived at your apartment, you had another romantic interest there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that person was a male by the name of Andreas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in a dating relationship with him, correct? And this made the defendant jealous, correct?
No.
No? Okay. So Andreas' father is the person who ended up fixing your motor vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, and this was for another thing, and it'll be fixed before and after, I had a van on the Odyssey, it's really messed up. It's really messed up, so there's multiple things, multiple people fixing on it.
And the phone calls that you have with the defendant, he's telling you that he's worried about the state of his relationship with you, right? Because he knows that Andreas is really interested in you and wants to be committed to you. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
The relevancy.
It goes to her incentive and bias test.
All right, that'll be overruled.
You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, and the communications that you had with the defendant on this recorded line, he's telling you that he's very concerned about his relationship with you because he knows that Andreas wants to be in a serious relationship and committed to you. You recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And so at this time, you're sort of in a love triangle between the defendant, because on this recorded line, you're telling him, you know, that you love him a lot and you do anything for him, right?
yes.
But at this time, you're conflicted because you also feel bad and don't want to hurt Andreas, correct?
I'm not conflicted, I stayed with Andres for a whole year after.
Okay. And at the time that you were telling the defendant, I love you, then you stated that Andreas' father is the one that fixed your motor vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And at this time, the defendant wanted you to stop talking to Andreas, and when you informed him that Andreas' father is the person that fixed your vehicle, you're apologizing to him because you know that the defendant doesn't want you to have any contact with Andreas. Isn't that right?
Not correct, Robert never told me to stop talking to him, I was in an actual relationship with Andres, it was.
So at the time that you're in a relationship with Andreas, but you're still actively communicating with the defendant and considering getting back with him, depending on how things shook out in this case. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in another call, you discussed with the defendant that you were praying for bad shit to happen to Antonio Lerma, correct?
Correct.
And when the defendant is speaking with you on this recorded line, he's not worried about the individual that he killed, he's worried about you and Andreas, isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say me on this, more me and Spence.
Okay. Judge, can I have a second to get the headphones? Okay, Ms. Sanchez, so I guess it's fair to say 2023, it's been a while. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
a very long one.
Okay. So would it help you refresh your memory if I played you the phone call that I'm referring to help you recall what exactly was said?
Yes.
So I'm gonna set these right here and I'm just gonna get set up and then I'll ask you to put them on in just a second. Okay, and so what I'm gonna be playing is gonna be labeled for identification purposes as state exhibit number 6. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to place the headphones on, please. Okay, so were you able to refresh your memory with the part I'm referring to where he stated that he was worried about you and Andreas specifically?
Yes,
Okay. And so then moving on from that, and that phone call, you further state that you want everything to go good for him. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and you're here today because you want things to go good, correct?
yes, for kids,
For, what was that?
for our kids.
And how many kids do you have?
We have three.
And so when you're further talking with the defendant on this recorded line, do you recall you asking him for his Facebook password because you told him that you were gonna deactivate his Facebook?
Yes,
Okay. And you told him that you wanted to deactivate it because all his shit was on there, correct?
yes, correct,
Alright, and he informed you that he tried logging in to his Facebook on the night of the offense, but he was unable to because he left his phone at the scene and didn't recall the password, correct?
correct,
Okay. And so you asked him for different ways for you to gain access to his Facebook, which was to see if he was signed in and on an iPad or computer or laptop so that you could go and deactivate the Facebook.
correct,
And you even went a step further and looked up Eric Moody's Facebook, correct?
yes,
And in another phone call, you state for him again that you're gonna do anything for him and you're gonna do everything to protect him. You recall that?
yes,
Now, then there comes a point where the defendant is terminated from Take Five Oil, you recall that, right?
yes,
And you're the one that has to call him and inform him that he's been terminated, correct?
correct,
Okay, and you had a great issue with the fact that Antonio Lerma was still employed by Take Five Oil, is that correct?
yes, it was there was two in the car.
Okay, and the defendant replied to you that he shouldn't have fucking told Antonio Lerma anything.
I don't recall that.
If you'll go ahead and put them on, please.
John,
Yes.
I can hear that from here, and that means the jury can probably hear it too. Can we sort of turn it down maybe just a hair?
Sure. And jurors, are you all able to hear that?
I can.
Okay, all right, if you'll turn it down just a little, okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you now recall that the defendant told you that he shouldn't have fucking told Antonio Lerma anything?
Yes.
Okay. And in the same phone call, you stated to the defendant that friends go down with you and die with you, and that Antonio Lerma wasn't a friend to him.
Correct.
Okay. Judge, may I approach with counsel?
and we're off the record just briefly, so, Teresa Conley's funeral, did you all get the information for that?
I did not.
Yeah, it's gonna be on May 21st. At 10 a.m. And it's going to be at the Lady of Grace Catholic Church. And that's at 223 East Summit. And then, there's a rosary. I don't understand this. It says, rosary will commence at 10 a.m. on the Thursday. And then the funeral service will follow the rosary at 10:30. So they're doing it all in one day.
I knew Trish had been sick. I'd just done an appeal on one of her last cases. It was huge. And we won it on the search issue, but she did a great job preserving that. And I told her to let her know that, and she was saying, yeah, I'm really practicing. I was sitting, but she's sick. I didn't know she was that sick though.
But we've lost a lot of good attorneys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, one last thing I forgot to mention that I was.
Let's bring the church.
All right, to the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, I believe you still have the witness on cross.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Sanchez, and so in that same phone call where the defendant stated to you, I shouldn't have fucking told Antonio Lerma anything. The defendant later tells you that he hopes that he receives probation for the crash. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response to him was that Antonio Lerma just makes everything look really bad.
Correct.
Okay. And then you all kind of start discussing how speed was a factor in the crash, correct? Please place the headphones on. Okay, so do you recall discussing with the defendant that speed was a factor in the crash?
Correct.
Okay, and then after that's brought up, then you all discussed how y'all could just blame the speed on the bullet or gunshots, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then later on in speaking with him, another great deal of concern for him after the crash, aside from his concern about your relationship with Andres, was whether his car was totaled. Do you recall that?
Mm, yes,
Okay. And so then he told you he believed that it was most likely totaled because the airbags deployed, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then later on in that phone call, while discussing the crash, you tell the defendant, that's why I keep telling you you need to stop over drinking. Do you recall that?
yes, correct.
But it's your testimony to this jury today that the defendant was not intoxicated on the night of the crash.
She was not intoxicated then.
Okay. And it's your testimony that even though you spoke with Antonio Lerma a great deal of times between March 25th and March 26th of 2023, that you did not have knowledge of the crash.
Yes,
We pass the witness turn.
Defense, any redirect?
Yes, yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
If there are. Ashley, why were you so mad at Antonio Lerma?
all the news articles, there were circular lines on the news, Facebook, everything was saying something different. Everything was making it seem like Antonio was trying to save himself, like if he wasn't in the car, like if he wasn't a part of that night. And that's, I was mad. I mean, my kids call him Theo, your family, why didn't we speak? Why didn't we find out the truth first? What really happened?
At the time of these phone calls, did you know what had happened?
Do I tell you?
Just with the case in its entirety.
No, I didn't know. That's why I was calling him. I was trying to figure out, I read one article after the other. It was all before I even got in contact with Robert.
The state brought up multiple times that you would do anything for Robert.
Correct.
Why would you do anything for Robert?
Because he's the father of my kids. We should all be honest, and I just believe going and doing the right thing. And I wanted to be there for him to do the right thing.
Would you ever lie for Robert Castillo?
No.
Do you know at the time that Robert told you with some vulgarity in it that he shouldn't have told Mr. Lerma anything? Do you know what that anything he's referring to is?
Well, once we finally got in contact, when I finally got in contact with Robert, I let him know the conversation of what was happening. What Antonio had told me over the phone, and Robert just wanted to really get Antonio help. We found y'all, and that was the thing, that was Robert's main thing, was Antonio was in the car with me, I was the driver, we need to help him, not just me, not just us, we need to help.
I didn't even touch it off actually.
Oh, yeah.
When he made the statement about he just hopes he gets probation, had he consulted with an attorney at that point?
Yes,
And when he is making that statement to you, just a second. Sorry. Do you know how much he had consulted with an attorney?
On that jackass,
All right, could I have parties approach? All right, the objection will be overruled and, DaVinci may ask your question.
How much had he been able to speak with his attorney at that point?
We let him know what he remembered, what he,
No, actually, just answer this question. I'm not asking about what was discussed
oh,
or anything like that. I'm asking you, had he spent a little bit of time with his attorney? Had he spent a lot of time with his attorney?
oh, it was a long time.
It was a lot.
It was a long,
Okay. This phone call that they are referring to, do you know where Mr. Castillo was at that time?
I'm gonna drive us to.
Relevance.
To kind of rephrase my question and maybe it'll fix the issue.
Sure.
Was Mr. Castillo in jail when you had that conversation?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? I don't know what question.
Okay.
Or what we're speaking about right now.
Megan, can I see the call that you had? It has the date. You see, okay, so the phone call that the state played for you, it was placed on March 29th of 2023. Is this a phone call that was between you and Robert while he was in jail?
Yes,
Is this March 29th is 2 days after he had turned himself in?
yes,
Had he met with his attorney a little bit at that point or a lot?
I'm gonna jump to Al and answer.
All right, that'll be overruled.
You can answer.
um. While he was in jail, if
Yes,
he
Any-
alive, again,
it was a lot.
yes,
Now, when the state said you had communicated with Mr. Lara a great deal of times. How many times did you guys speak on the phone?
we have good conversations.
We'll pass the witness.
All right, any recross?
Just briefly, so Ms. Sanchez, when you speak about doing the right thing, okay, in your opinion, the right thing would have been for Antonio Lerma to consult you and the defendant before he went and notified SAPD of who was involved in the killing of Mr. Moody.
Correct, I want to find out what was going on.
Okay, and so we know that both Mr. Lerma and the defendant left Mr. Moody dead and bleeding out on the side of that Tesla, and in your opinion, doing the right thing would have been to consult the defendant and you
Objection.
before notifying SAP.
This is asked and answered.
All right, that'll be overruled.
You can answer the question.
Can you read that motion?
Yes. After you learned that the defendant and Antonio Lerma fled the scene and left Mr. Moody there on the corner of South Alamo and Provan, bleeding out, concussing, and hemorrhaging in his brain, that the right thing to do when police were searching for the driver of that motor vehicle, which was the defendant, the right thing to do in your mind would have been for Antonio Lerma to go to the defendant and you before notifying FAPD of who was driving that night.
Correct, this was after.
Okay, so that's the right thing to do, to consult and get your story straight before you go and speak with the police.
It wasn't for their search district, it was for me to find out what was going on.
Well, we already know that you don't like the version that Antonio Lerma told, correct?
It was the versions of the news that was popping up, articles from Kansas 5, from KBB, from other people who like to cover, you know,
Right.
these cases.
And that's why you were so mad at Antonio Lerma for going and stepping up and letting SAPD know who is behind that driver's seat of that motor vehicle, correct?
On March 28th, there was an article that said, Robert Castillo was the driver and he drove away. That was inaccurate. So.
It was inaccurate because he couldn't drive away, so he walked away to your residence on Madison Street, correct?
And this is everything I found out before I finally got in contact with Robert, which was same day later in the evening.
We passed one, so.
All right,
We have no further questions.
all right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse my defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until this trial has been concluded. Make sure you're available if either party decides to recall you. If you'll remove the microphone, please. Defense, call your next witness.
Principal Paul Castillo.
Okay.
Judge, before can we approach on that?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, The defense is going to call their next witness. I know they announced another person that they're calling, but they're going to take their witnesses out of order. And no one has any objections to that. Is that correct?
No, Judge.
All right. All right. So call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Kerry Kearns.
Okay. All right. And I'm so sorry. Parties approach briefly.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? Yes. All right. Yeah, is it bring microphone up there? Swear.
Yes.
Yes, if you put it somewhere in your shirt, it's good for it to get. All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Carrie Kern, Kerri, Kern, Kern.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Kern. My name is David McLean. We've met before, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you are a court-appointed investigator in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? How long have you been an investigator?
So I've been doing private investigations, specifically criminal defense work, for almost 20 years.
Okay, and your area that you do these investigations is primarily in criminal defense.
Correct.
Okay. Were you contacted by my firm to assist in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And when we asked you to help us, how do we ask you to help us?
You asked me to go and take photographs of a vehicle at the San Antonio Police Department impound lot, commonly known as ground and pound.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach you with us?
Yes.
Ms. Curran, I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as defense exhibits 8 through 26 and ask you to review those. What are these pictures that you took at the scene?
Correct. At
Ground and Pound?
yes.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw at Ground and Pound that day?
Yes.
Okay. There's also, and let me back that up a little bit. So the pictures you took in exhibits 8 through 19, these are pictures that you took initially when you first went out to investigate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And pictures 20 through 26, are these pictures that you took while you were assisting Greg Pratt, our expert in this case?
Correct.
Okay. And those pictures were taken at a later date?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember the date on these?
I believe that was March 25th.
Okay.
I think so.
Of 2025?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do you recall when the exhibits 8 through 19 were taken?
I want to say this was July 24.
July of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this time, defense would move to admit defense exhibits 8 through 26 and are tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
And defense, you said states exhibits or,
Defense exhibits.
okay,
I may have said state. I'm sorry.
no problem. I just wanted to be
No
on the
objection,
record.
Judge.
All right, defense exhibits 8 through 26 are admitted without objection.
Hand this back to you. I'm going to ask a question. Ms. Kearns, the photographs that are numbered defense exhibits 8 through 19, what do those pictures depict?
They depict the vehicle, a white Tesla, and apparent defects, some being bullet holes, apparent bullet holes.
Okay. And that white Tesla is the same white Tesla that was involved in the case that is being currently charged against Mr. Castillo, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the pictures that you have for Mr. Pratt when he was doing his inspection of the vehicle, and those are defense exhibits number 20 through 26. What are they showing?
They are showing, again, Mr. Pratt doing an inspection of the vehicle. They show apparent bullet holes, and then he removed a portion of the bumper.
Your Honor, permission to publish those to the jury?
Granted.
And Your Honor, for housekeeping purposes, is it possible to hand these so the jury can look at them, or do I need to put them on the overhead?
Oh, you can proceed however you wish to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kern, is there anything else that you discovered while you were taking pictures of that Tesla?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. So we've got pictures of defects and bullet holes in the bumper of the Tesla. Was there anything else you took pictures of that day?
Just the vehicle.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Kern. Pass the witness, Judge.
State?
Just a brief cross check. So before I begin, what is your proper title now? Is it investigator, detective?
I just go by Miss Kern.
Miss Kearns? Okay, can I call you Miss Kearns?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, so these photos were taken of the defense vehicle on 2 separate occasions, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you said apparent bullet holes. I kind of got hung up on the word apparent. What do you
Okay.
mean by that?
So I'm not a firearms expert, so that's why I would say apparent.
Okay, so there's no way you don't have the expertise to say if these are bullet holes or not.
Not in an expert capacity, but with my experience, they are obviously bullet holes.
Okay, so would the technical term be more defect until we can ascertain if they're bullet holes or not?
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm sorry. So since you said they were apparent bullet holes, is the better term right now is that these are pictures of defects in the bumper and the vehicle?
So being not an expert in firearms, yes, I would feel comfortable with defect.
Okay. I'm actually gonna show you a few, if you beat me to it. I have a few photos myself. We may have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Let me approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
My first witness, Judge.
Yes.
So. Ms. Kearns, I'm gonna show you what's been labeled State Exhibit 60 through 68. Do those look a whole lot like the pictures that were in Defense Exhibit 8 through 20 something?
Judge, just so we have a clear record, I already have a state exhibit 60.
Yes.
Okay, do I need to do 61 instead?
Yes.
Okay, if I may have those back real quick. That's good, very good, very good. Wow. This sounds to- right? This- I approach witness again.
Yes.
Oh, so sorry about that. Sorry. So now we got the number and all straight.
Okay.
So can you take a look at State Exhibit 61 through 69 and tell me if that corresponds with picture that you took? Or evidence or things that you saw?
That's true.
Good. Okay. Judge, this time we'd like to admit State Exhibit 61 through 69 into evidence pending any objection. Objection, Judge.
All right, States Exhibit 61 through 69 is admitted without objection.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kearns. So, Ms. Kearns, besides taking pictures, did you do anything else with the vehicle?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll pass the witness, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse on our part.
She's excused by the state, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until this trial has concluded.
Yes.
All right, and if you'll leave, if there are exhibits with you, if you just leave them with the court reporter. All right, thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, if we're not gonna do Paul Castillo, I'm ready to call Greg Pratt, but we may need a few minutes just to get some pictures and things labeled up.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a 10-minute break while exhibits are marked, okay? Please remember my previous instructions.
All right.
Mr. Castillo, do you know my client, Robert Castillo?
Yes.
How do you know him? He's your brother, okay. And you're here in the courtroom today and you're in a wheelchair, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how you got into the wheelchair?
Driving to school and I shot. Road jersey this day,
Okay, when did that happen?
21st, 2015.
Okay, and how old were you at the time that that happened?
I was 18.
How old was Robert?
18.
So you guys are just about a year apart.
11 months.
Since that time, has Robert been involved in your care?
This is care of me.
And Paul, how often do you see Robert?
Daily. Daily. Everything I do. Me.
Was he there with you right after you got shot?
Yes. I woke up.
Okay. And he saw what you went through after you got shot in this road rage incident, correct?
That's correct.
And he knows all about everything that you've gone through medically, physically, mentally, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Paul, I think that's all the questions I have for you.
State, any questions?
Mr. Castillo, is your brother Robert Castillo, is he compensated for caring for you? No. Who arranged him to be your caretaker?
Me.
You. Did your mom help in your care at all, in 2023?
I do. Mm.
Okay. And in 2023, were you living with your mother? No. You were living with him at his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. When he was in the Bear County Jail, did you have to stay with your mom in that case?
Yes.
Okay, and then when he was released from Bear County Jail, your mom had to make arrangements for you to go to Josh because Robert didn't want to take care of you in that time, is that correct?
Josh.
Yes. Well, when the defendant was released from Bear County Jail, you had to leave your mother's home and go with somebody else because Robert didn't want to take care of you at that time, correct? Okay. Do you recall when your brother was arrested?
Yes.
Are you having trouble hearing me?
No, I just have trouble breathing.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna try to be quick with this. So when Robert was released from the Bear County Jail, do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
While he was in jail, you were staying with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And when Robert was released from jail, your mom had to make arrangements for you to go somewhere else, correct?
Temporarily, yes.
Because Robert was only to be released to your mother's residence, correct?
Yeah.
And Robert didn't want to take care of you at that time, correct?
Correct.
We have to witness term.
Paul, that was a temporary situation, right?
Yes.
Because Robert, when he got released, he had to go live with his mom, right? How long? Well, let me ask you this. Does Robert take care of you now?
That's irrelevant.
She opened the door, Judge.
All right, that'll be overruled. He can answer.
Does Robert take care of you now?
Yes.
For how long did Robert not take care of you? A few weeks, months? How long?
That's how he was down.
Okay. And so after he got out and had to live at mom's, you went and lived where?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long were you there?
Yeah. I'm sure how long.
Okay. And how long after you went there did Robert start taking care of you again?
Very instant.
Thanks, Paul. I'll pass with.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is the witness excused?
Yes, that's
Excuse from the fence. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
Let's call Greg Pratt.
Yes, if you'll take a seat here, please. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. There should be a square microphone, gray microphone. If you put that somewhere on your lapel, it's for the court reporter to hear.
Is there a clip or?
Yes, it's a clip.
I don't see a
Not
clip.
that one.
Oh.
No. Sorry.
Test. You hear me?
All right, yes, it's for the court reporter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
It's not for the general.
Yeah, courtroom.
Okay.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Gregory Pratt.
All right,
And Judge, may we approach real quick for
Yes.
this witness?
all right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pratt, could you state your name for the record?
Gregory Pratt.
Mr. Pratt, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Bernie, Texas.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor degree, a business degree,
Okay, where'd you graduate from?
UT Arlington,
And when did you graduate?
1987.
After you graduated from UT Arlington, where did you go?
As far as work
Yes,
is
sir.
concerned, I was commissioned as an officer in the Navy. I was a naval flight officer for 6 years.
And where were you stationed as a naval flight officer?
Pensacola, Florida for flight training, and then Jacksonville, Florida.
And what kind of planes did you fly?
The S-3 Viking aircraft.
What kind of plane is that?
Anti-submarine aircraft is what it was originally designed for. So,
And you said you did that for 6 years.
yes, I did.
And what did you do when you came out of the Navy?
Well, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I wanted to just do something kind of fun, adventurous, and challenging without being at sea for 6 months. So
contemplated what I wanted to do, and the idea of the FBI popped in my head, and so I applied to the FBI and was selected to be a special agent.
When did you go into the FBI?
I went to the academy on February 1st of 1998.
And just for the record,
Mhm.
FBI, we're talking about the Federal Bureau of Investigation, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about what your training entailed when you first went into the FBI?
So in spite of what you see on the TV shows, it's not quite exactly like that. There's an emphasis on firearms qualification, communication, because we do a lot of interviewing of people and documenting things. So communication is stressed, and then defensive tactics, so that we can effectively arrest people and that sort of thing. So that was kind of the emphasis of the FBI Academy, and then just how to work cases and stuff like that, and how to process crime scenes. But as I'm sure you'll get to, I was later part of our evidence response team, which requires additional training.
And where was the FBI Academy located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And so when you got done with your initial training at Quantico,
Yes.
where did you get assigned?
I got assigned to San Antonio division of the FBI, which I spent my entire career at. Initially, our office was downtown across the street from the Alamo, in the post office courthouse building, and then we moved to our new office, which is located near De Zola and I-10.
How many years did you spend with the FBI?
22 years, started on February 1st, 1998, and retired December 31st, 2019. In federal law enforcement, there's mandatory retirement at 57. I was close to that age, 56 and a half, so I retired.
When you came to San Antonio,
Yes.
what did you initially do with the FBI?
So initially, they kind of look at the needs of the FBI and your background, I guess. And at the time, healthcare fraud was a big thing. Still is, I guess. So that's what they initially assigned me to work.
Okay. At some point,
Would you like to hear what I worked after that?
yes. Please.
Okay, so then I went to work working public corruption cases, which is cases that the FBI works when there's allegations of impropriety by elected officials or contracting officers or law enforcement that are acting beyond the scope of their employment. I did that for approximately 10 years, and then I finished up my career working on the Joint Terrorism Task Force, working domestic terrorism cases, and I had a lot of collateral duties. I was a part-time pilot, I was a negotiator, and then a big thing was the evidence response team, which I think we'll probably get more into.
And so you said you were a pilot with the FBI as well?
Yes.
Talk about that.
So I got my pilot's license before I went in the Navy. I was a naval flight officer like Goose in Top Gun, if you've seen that movie. But I didn't have 2020, but I did have my pilot's license. So when the FBI conducts investigations, sometimes they conduct surveillance on subjects just to see maybe who they're meeting with or what they're up to. So that includes both people, agents in cars, and aerial assets. So. And that was a part-time collateral duty that I had.
When did you become part of the evidence response team?
I don't remember the exact date, but I spent about 16 years on the evidence response team.
Can you talk with the jury about some of the crime scenes that you helped the FBI with as part of that evidence response team?
Yes, I worked some big crime scenes. The first Fort Hood shooting, in which Major Nadal Hassan murdered 13 people. There was another active shooter event at Fort Hood, in which 4 people were killed. We worked that as well. I worked the Sutherland Springs Baptist Church mass shooting, in which is it. So Fort Hood was the deadliest active shooter event in U.S. history at a military base. Sutherland Springs was the deadliest active shooter event in U.S. history at a church or place of worship. The processed a vehicle in which 2 ICE agents were murdered in Mexico. Processed a vehicle in which a Bexar County deputy was murdered or assassinated, basically at a stoplight here in San Antonio. We had a memorandum of understanding with the National Transportation Safety Bureau, in which the FBI's evidence response team would help them process crashes like plane crashes and train crashes and all that. And we assisted them in processing the deadliest hot air balloon accident in U.S. history, in which 16 people perished when a hot air balloon hit a power line. So there was another case where a guy in Austin was shooting up the downtown in the middle of the night. He shot up the Mexican consulate, the federal courthouse, and finished by shooting at the Austin Police Department headquarters before he was killed by an Austin PD officer. But we processed that scene as well. So those are some examples of the crime scenes that I've worked.
Would it be safe to say that you processed quite a few shooting scenes?
Yeah, yes.
Are you familiar with what bullet holes look like when they penetrate different types of materials?
I am.
Okay. When you're going through the FBI's evidence response team, is there like a series of steps that you take along the way?
Yes, there is a 12-step process. I think I shared that with you. Honestly, I don't have it memorized. I've been retired for 6 years, but I did provide that information to you, I believe. There is a methodical process that we do go through. Yes.
So have you, I don't know exactly what the term is for an FBI agent, but is there something akin to a lead detective that the FBI assigns?
Yes, that would be a case agent. That's the agent that is assigned a case and has primary responsibility for investigating that case.
Have you ever been a case agent before?
I was a case agent my whole career. Yes.
Okay. So when you're the case agent, you're responsible for gathering all the evidence, making sure the investigation is complete, and
Correct.
doing what you need to do.
Correct.
Okay. And so with the Fort Hood shooting, were you the case agent on that?
I was, so my job is on the evidence response team was what's known as a collateral duty, a part-time duty. So it wasn't a full-time thing. It just, when something happened, we would have a call out and then we would respond. So that was a collateral duty. And we were working on behalf of the case agents. Okay, so if a case agent is assigned, like the Fort Hood case, but we're just a supporting element to help him. We're like a tool to help him, solve the case and bring it to a successful prosecution with the evidence that we collect. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. The evidence response on the evidence response team, how approximately, I don't need an exact number, but approximately how many case scenes have you been a part of?
Casings or case?
Case scenes, like
Case scenes. I thought you meant like bullet casings. Okay, I got you. I'm tracking with you now. Like shooting scenes or just in general type scenes, violent crime scenes.
Let's start with in general.
In general, we would also do stuff like white collar crime searches where we're looking through documents, not the most glamorous thing. If you include those, I mean, probably hundreds. But then like violent crime scene, dozens. We did a lot of body recoveries of gang members here in San Antonio, Mexican Mafia and others, just body recoveries of those type of cases and other innocent victims. There was a case where we recovered the body of a child that was murdered by its parents. So a whole slew of different types of cases that we were called out on.
You want me to refresh?
Yes. All right, state you may proceed. Everyone, please be seated.
Thank you. All right. Sir, what's your title?
What's my title?
Yeah, is it still special agent?
Special agent retired,
Special agent?
FBI special agent retired. You know,
Can I just call you Mr. Brett?
yeah,
Okay.
or Greg, whatever you want to call me.
Do you mind, Greg?
I don't mind Greg. Yeah.
Perfect. Let me ask you, what were your duties on the evidence response team?
Basically, our duties are to document the crime scene as we find it. We do that photographically. We do a sketch of the crime scene and sometimes use technology. Now I'm talking when I was in, right, which is 6 years ago. Use technology like survey equipment and stuff like that to sketch the crime scene to exact specifications. So we document the crime scene, how we found it. And then we do basically a survey. We do a walkthrough of the crime scene and just kind of identify potential items of evidence. And then after we do that, we do an actual search of the scene. And then if evidence is identified, then photographs are taken. We will take a long range, medium range, and close-up photo of the item of evidence, and a close-up with scale item of evidence. The idea is to show context, like before we do anything, we take a picture of the scene. Like if it's a house, we'll take a picture of the house on the outside, and if there's like a street sign there, we'll try to include that to give context as to where it's located. But with regard to the specific evidence, we will take photos of the evidence, again, long range, medium range, close up and close up with scale. And then we'll during that process, we'll have a evidence number located near the piece of evidence. And then we will photograph it, do the photos that I just mentioned. And then we will package the evidence and seal it. And that's pretty much it. And we'll continue that process until the search is completed. Once the search is completed, then we take what are known as exit photos to show what the property looked like when we departed the location. We will fill out a receipt for property, which shows what property was seized or taken during the search. And we also leave, the searches are done either through consent or through a warrant. So if it's a search warrant, then we'll leave a copy of the warrant with the individual that's in charge of the property. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Okay, it kind of sounds like, so we're outside the presence of the jury. I used to be BCSO myself at the sheriff's office,
Okay.
and we had like crime scene analysis.
Judge, I'm gonna check, that's a sidebar, it's improper.
So I'll move on, Judge.
All right, the
So-
objection will be sustained.
So basically, it sounds like you were in charge of going to the scene. I'm so sorry, Cindy. So Greg, it sounds like you were in charge of going out to the scene, cataloging all the evidence that was there.
Correct.
Making sure it was properly stored and then returned back to the evidence room or the property room. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything after that?
Well, complete any logs that were needing to be completed, and then, be available for testimony.
So basically, I'm sorry, so basically, go to the scene, collect the evidence, catalog the evidence, transport it away, and make sure it's properly inventoried.
Yeah.
Okay, and after that, that was it with the evidence, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, did you do any forensic analysis of any evidence?
Most of the forensics analysis was done at the laboratory.
Okay, did you do any time at the laboratory?
I did not, no.
Okay, did you receive any training in forensic sciences?
Yeah, I went through 2 weeks of evidence response team training. Yes.
Okay, but you didn't actually, as part of the evidence response team, you didn't act in a forensic analysis capacity.
Well, we did on certain things like presumptive blood tests and that type of stuff. Yes. And, latent fingerprint photography and lifting prints and stuff like that.
So you did blood analysis?
We would do presumptive blood tests. I presume that you know what that is if you worked at Bear County Sheriff's Office. Basically, if you see a stain here, there's a method through which you can do a swab a sample and determine if that's blood or not. So we would do that on scene.
Okay. What about the confirmatory analysis?
No, I did not do. If you're asking me, was I able to confirm if that's a particular person's human blood? No, that was not done by the evidence response team.
So basically all of your work was on the scene.
Yes,
It wasn't in the laboratory later on?
no.
Okay. Did you receive any training in ballistics?
Yeah, that was all part of, well, I mean, that's all part of the evidence response team 80-hour course that we go to.
Okay. What was your training in ballistics?
Well, just primarily like trajectory analysis and stuff like that.
Okay. So nothing like striations left by the rifling?
No,
What about, you said trajectory analysis? Can
Yeah.
you go into detail on that?
we're just determining the trajectory of, of a projectile, a bullet, which requires, you to have an entry and exit point,
Okay.
that type of training. Pretty basic stuff.
So no kind of like mathematics or anything there to determine the trajectory. The forces of gravity on a bullet, the forces that would change a bullet's trajectory inside of, let's say, human body, because a bullet can hit bone, it can hit organs, and a bullet may go in one part of the body and then exit on the other side.
No,
Nothing like that?
No.
Okay. What about, did you receive any training in tool marks?
and what?
Tool marks or forensics like that?
Yeah, that was part of our training, yeah.
Okay. What was the extent of your training on that?
Well, just recognizing them and documenting the presence of them.
So just basically that they're there, not one kind of tool mark may have left that, a sharp object, a blunt object.
No, well, no. I mean, we were shown examples of what, these types of things look like, but we were not the folks that made, that did the actual microscopic analysis, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So basically, your time with the evidence response team was, as we said, evidence collection, inventorying, and processing.
Yeah, in documenting the scene, yes.
It wasn't in regards to analyzing evidence in order to form an opinion based on that evidence.
Well, I mean, obviously we have to do some analysis on scene to determine whether it's worthy of being collected as evidence. But as far as like detailed microscopic analysis, no, we did not do that.
So nothing confirmatory.
I guess it depends on your definition of confirmatory.
And in regard to trajectory analysis, you said that you received training on, basically training on like how an entry wound or an entry point and an exit point.
Yeah, I mean, that's trajectory analysis at its basic level, yes.
Okay, but you are not able to form a scientific opinion because you have no scientific training based on that.
I mean, I can see what direction I can tell what direction a bullet is headed by just looking, at the entry and exit point.
Are you able to tell how a bullet would react in response in regards to hitting different kind of materials like bone, plastic, different kind of metals? Would you be able to form a scientific opinion based on scientific analysis and evidence on how a bullet would travel or deflect or have its trajectory change based on what material it was impacting?
No, but in this case, I believe that common sense, by viewing the entry and exit points of these holes, would dictate to the common person what the route of the bullet was,
So,
or projectile, the presumed projectile.
okay, so I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but you're saying that's based on common sense?
Well, it's based on common sense and me working all the scenes that I previously outlined for the court. It's not like I just walked off the street as some knucklehead. I've worked a lot of crime scenes and have seen the trajectory of rounds and And it's through a lot of experience that I've gained this knowledge, experience and training.
In regards to, so you said you're not able to form a scientific opinion on how bullets would react to different kind of materials. Would you be able to make a scientific opinion on how different materials react to bullet impacts?
How different materials, I mean, again, I don't have that.
Bullet hits bone, hits metal, hits plastic, hits soil, anything like that. Would you be able to?
I have not done any scientific studies on that myself, nor have I done extensive, nor have I received extensive training on that specific topic.
Just your common sense?
Well, I mean, it depends on the case, right? In this particular case that this trial is about, I believe that the average person and the average trained person, the average professional, would agree with my conclusions on this.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're
We'll
welcome.
pass the witness, Judge.
All right, so here's the court's question. Number one, what are you offering him as an expert in?
Evidence recovery, crime scene or crime scene analysis, and in bullet hole identification. We're not doing any scientific analysis. We're not
And I'm
doing
sorry, you said bullet hole what?
identification.
All right, state, do you have any objection to him being offered as an expert in evidence recovery?
We do, Judge.
All right, what's your objection? And everyone can remain seated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bad.
No problem.
So, Judge, this is not lay witness testimony based on someone's observations and experience under 701. This is expert testimony under 703. And there are very specific parts of 703 that require scientific knowledge in order to testify and make an opinion to that. I'm a former BCSO officer. I've done DWI stops. I have taken blood. I've done breath tests. I cannot then testify later on because I collected the evidence as to this is what the breath is, or this is what the blood is.
My
just because I
understanding,
collected it.
and I could be wrong,
Mhm.
he's just going to be testifying as to what he's done with evidence recovery. And I'm assuming whether or not evidence recovery was done in this case. So let's start there. We're going to take it one step at a time. So is there any objection to him as an expert in recovering of evidence, not doing an analysis of the evidence, just specifically recovering of evidence?
I guess my response is as designated as an expert in front of the jury, then I do have an objection to that. I think his training and experience speaks for itself. I mean, he's testified that he worked many crime scenes, right? So I think he's able to testify about, you know, what he specifically collected in this case.
All right, so this witness is going to be able to testify about evidence recovery, not analysis, but evidence recovery. Now, the next is crime scene. You said crime scene analysis?
Yes, Your Honor. And basically what I'm talking about here is the inspection of that Tesla. Because that's all he did here.
All right. Is there going to be any objections to him testifying about what he viewed in regards to the Tesla?
But Judge, there will be in regards to it being analysis. Like, did he collect and catalog the evidence that he was able to from the scene?
When I'm talking about crime scene analysis and from his testimony, I'm talking about him. If he went to the Growling Pound, what did he see? What did he do? And if he went to the location of this alleged incident, what did he do when he went to the location? Correct? Is that what he's testifying to?
Correct.
Are you all going to have any objection to him testifying to what he did at the location of the alleged incident and what he did at the Growling Pound? Because that's what the defense is asking that he testify to. Now, mind you, we're not even at the bullet hole or alleged bullet hole yet. We're just doing one thing at a time. So defense is stating that they want him to testify to, I'm assuming, what he did at the alleged location of the incident and what he did at the location at Ground and Pound. Is that correct?
It is solely ground and pound, Judge, just so the court
Okay.
knows.
So,
I think
Objection to that. I think, so the only objection that I have to the witness is him forming an opinion as an expert that he can definitively say that those are bullet hole defects. That can only be done by forensic analysis, if she's not trained in and not qualified to do and didn't do it.
all right, so then,
if I-
wait, time out. So no problem with him testing about the recovery, no problem him testifying about the crime, the alleged crime scene and about Ground and Pound, but you said he's just gonna talk about what he viewed at Ground and Pound. Now, let's get to the bullet issue, or whether or not they're alleged defects or alleged bullet holes. So if everybody can question this witness on that, what is his experience? I know you got into some of it. What is his experience with viewing a bullet hole? Does he have any, has he ever done any analysis of it being a bullet hole? In this case, that he performed an analysis. So let's question the witness on that, and then the court will make a ruling. Oh, I'm sorry, defense.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. Pratt, you've heard what the court is looking for as far as what's your analysis. So what I'm looking for is, what is your knowledge with regard to bullet holes? What have you gotten through your career as on the evidence response team with the FBI in regard to your ability to determine what a bullet hole is?
Well, as I mentioned, I've worked some of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history. There were hundreds of rounds fired at Fort Hood, and
Right, I'm sorry.
All right, back on the record?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pratt, we went off the record for just a minute there, and we were talking about trying to narrow this down to what the court needs to find out. So, do you have personal knowledge from your experience working with evidence response team for the FBI of seeing bullet holes in vehicles?
yes, I mentioned two of the cases that I worked in that regard. One was the case of the Bexar County Sheriff's deputy. You probably know who I'm talking about. That was assassinated at the stoplight. That vehicle was towed to the San Antonio FBI office, and we spent days processing that vehicle. And the other probably big case that we worked on was unfortunately, I don't remember their names. There was two ICE agents killed in Mexico. That vehicle was processed initially by the Mexican authorities where the event occurred, and then it was brought up to our office, and we spent probably close to a week processing that vehicle for bullets. Basically, we found probably a dozen bullets that were previously not found by the Mexican authorities. Again, we spent about a week processing that vehicle. We cut the tires apart. We tore that vehicle apart looking at the bullet holes that were shot into that vehicle by the thugs there in Mexico.
And how were you able to determine that those were bullet holes? I think that's the key question for the court.
I mean, well, part of it is based on, our understanding of what happened in the case, but it, again, it goes back somewhat to common sense. I mean, what else is going to put a hole like that, or a dozen or 50 holes in a vehicle other than a bullet, right? I mean, are you going to go through and just stab it 50 times? That's not likely. It's just the most likely scenario.
Okay, and so your training and experience have aided you in being able to identify bullet holes, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And in this case, if hopefully I'm not getting ahead of myself, but part of the evidence that we had lawfully took from the impound lot, one piece was I cut off a piece of the Tesla bumper, and I took it to a private ranch, a friend of mine, and I shot holes through that bumper for comparison purposes, just to see what this looks like compared to what the San Antonio Police Department CSI folks did, and they looked very, very similar.
and you reviewed videos and all the other evidence that we talked about, and we're going to get to, but you've reviewed other evidence in this case.
Yes.
In order to make your opinion.
Right, and part of it is, you don't operate in a vacuum in any of this stuff. Part of it is context, and obviously you don't want to be influenced by certain things that happened or what you're told, but there's always a certain context in each case, a certain set of facts that will logically lead a person to make, a finding, I guess.
As part of the evidence response team, did you obtain technical and specialized knowledge?
Yes, the basic ERT course is 2 weeks up in Quantico, just doing, you receive some forensics or crime scene type training at the academy itself. And then once you join the evidence response team, it's a volunteer thing, then you are sent to Quantico, or actually Fredericksburg, Virginia, to receive the 80-hour training to be a member of the ERT.
And did you have continuing education throughout your career?
Yes, we would have periodic trainings here in the San Antonio office, usually about once a month or so.
Did you have specific trainings regarding bullet holes?
Yes, we had trajectory training, we had blood spatter analysis training, just general crime scene documentation training. We tried to vary the topics that we trained on.
Did you have continuing education with regard to bullet holes in vehicles?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay.
That was part of it.
So that technical and specialized knowledge is something you can provide to this jury to help them understand what was going on with this bumper and what was happening with regard to the.
Yeah,
this vehicle.
I think if the jury sees the photographs and videos that I took, they can come to their own conclusions as well. I mean,
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Yes, Judge, a few questions.
Sure.
So you said it was based, first of all, I was working the night that Sergeant Vance got killed.
okay, I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Sorry. So you said that when you're working on the car, it was based on context.
Well, that's part of
That the firearm was used and you were able to identify.
Well, I'm just saying that, I think my statement was that we don't work in a vacuum, you're aware of certain facts that are surrounding the case, but I think I also said that you don't want that to dictate what your conclusions are.
So you're not able to independently say that those were bullet holes, except that you had information that a firearm was used.
Well, again, it goes back to common sense. I mean, I've seen a lot of bullet holes and those look like bullet holes to me.
Okay, Greg, let me ask you, this pin right here.
Yeah.
This is about the cylindrical object?
Yes, but
Oh, hold on. Are most bullets cylindrical in nature?
yes,
So if I took this pin and I stabbed it into a car bumper about 2-3 times, and then shot to the bumper 2 or 3 times, would you be able to tell which is which?
maybe, maybe not, but I don't think that's relevant to this case.
It goes toward, you said you have no training in tool marks, right?
No, I did not say that.
Did you find any live rounds or did you find any rounds of projectiles in the vehicle?
I found, I think one of the items of evidence is a potential piece of a bullet, but
So you found a potential bullet fragment.
yes, potential,
Why can't you confirm it?
because I don't work in the lab.
So you don't have scientific, technical, or specialized expertise to tell whether it's a projectile or not.
I can't tell if that's a projectile, no.
Because you're not able to analyze it.
I'm not what?
You're not able to analyze the projectile or the alleged projectile.
My job, as I see it, is to collect and present the evidence to the court and let the court decide. I have obviously some experience and I share my experience and my thoughts. And it's up to the court to decide if what I am telling them sounds reasonable.
But
Right,
again,
so this is what the court is going to decide. Number one, this witness can testify about evidence recovery, crime scene analysis. And my understanding, he's just going to testify to what he did at the ground pound.
May I interject? Also, what I did at the
No.
ranch.
No.
Okay.
And then the court is not finding him as a ballistics expert, but again, he can testify to what he saw in his capacity in his previous capacity in law enforcement. And then states you can cross him however you choose to cross. And defense, I'll allow him to testify, but I'm not having him declared as an expert
In ballistics.
in ballistics.
So just so I'm clear as to what that means, because I don't want to cross up the court here.
Oh, what it means is I'm not finding that he's an expert, but he can testify in his capacity as other officers have about what he's seen.
I just, one caveat with that is what really I'm objecting to is him forming an opinion as to saying that is for sure a bullet or gunshot defect. Like, so I think he's able to say it's an apparent one in his training and
Yes.
experience. Yeah, but I
Yes, he's allowed to say that it's an apparent
so
bullet
Judge,
hole.
he'll be testifying as a lay witness?
He's testifying not as an expert.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Judge, if that's the case, then.
He is going to be allowed to testify evidence recovery. He's going to be allowed to testify. The defense, my understanding, they're offering him to testify as to what he did at the ground pound. He's allowed to testify to that. He's allowed to testify if he believed this is an apparent bullet hole. He's allowed to testify that it's an apparent bullet hole.
The key word.
Okay.
Keyword, apparent.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Judge, here first real quick.
Yes.
Now can I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Pratt, I'm gonna hand you what has been previously marked as defense exhibits number 70 through 133. I'm gonna ask you to take a look at those.
Okay. I'm gonna look at every single one.
Just brief.
Okay.
Okay. Are those photographs that you took out at Ground Pound when you went out to investigate the defects in the Tesla motor vehicle?
They are, I took the majority of the photos. A few of them were taken by Carrie, who testified previously.
Okay. Do they accurately depict what you saw and what was being done out there at Ground Pound?
They do.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, defense moves to admit defense exhibit 70 through 133. I'm going to tender those to the clerk of council. No, good.
All right. Any objections?
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, then defense exhibit 70 through 133 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay. Please do. Apologize for whatever states there was. Sorry. I'm going to show you a picture of the vehicle. This is a picture of the Tesla motor vehicle that was involved in this accident, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and is this how you viewed the vehicle when you arrived that day?
Yes, before we started, so we had a court order to inspect the car and cut away pieces of it as necessary to conduct our investigation. And the first thing that we do, as I mentioned earlier, is we photograph the scene, in this case, the vehicle as we found it, to show what it looked like when we found it before we do any processing of the vehicle.
And as you stated before, we'll leave that there for a second. As you stated before, your training experience, you do a wide shot, a medium shot, and then maybe a close-up shot.
Yeah, and I think the first picture there in that exhibit shows where we were at the impound lot, just again for context. Yeah. For vehicle photos, we don't necessarily take the long range, medium range, close up, and close up with scale is more for evidence. These are what we would call entry photos, or pre-search photos, and we don't do that for that, but we do take it photos of the vehicle from the front, back, sides, and like the the corners. And then, so, yes.
Okay, during your investigation, where did you find the apparent bullet holes?
In the rear bumper of the vehicle. One of, at least one of which penetrated through the trunk space of the vehicle.
I'll show you a picture here. Can you see? That is a horrible picture. I don't know why it's not coming out better. So on this picture, can you see a what appears to be a bullet hole going through that lower part of the bumper?
Yes, there's an apparent bullet hole going through the lower part of that bumper.
Can you tell us what you're seeing in this picture?
Can you go back to the last picture, please?
Sure.
That, yeah, it's the apparent bullet hole.
And is this picture another angle of that?
Yes, closer up.
Okay. Now in this picture, can you tell us what's happening?
So when we discovered that apparent bullet hole, we wanted to kind of see where it went. Rather than crawl under the car, we had the folks at the impound lot lift it up on a rack so that we could more easily view the undercarriage of the vehicle. And I took a picture of it just to show that that was part of the process.
Is this a picture of that vehicle up on that rack?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what we see here?
So that's what appeared to me based on my training and experience working these scenes. It appeared to me to be an apparent bullet hole exit.
So this is the exit hole from the bullet.
Correct. And that's what you're seeing as part of the trunk.
Excuse me, when there is an objection that's raised, you need to
Well,
stop speaking.
I didn't hear her start.
That's okay. Okay, and if you all speak up so the court reporter can hear. And what's your objection?
Objecting to the witness forming an opinion as to what it was.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
In your training experience, is that an apparent bullet hole?
It is.
What are we seeing here?
A closer up photo of the same apparent bullet hole.
Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
That's an apparent bullet hole with a scale.
Okay, and tell, if you can, explain both to me and to the jury what the significance of this scale is. How does this work?
Well, we always measure items of evidence with scale for further analysis and comparison.
What are we seeing here?
We're seeing what we previously saw as the apparent bullet hole in the bottom of the trunk with a scale.
And so exactly where is this located on the tussle? It says the bottom of the trunk. Give us like some relation of where this.
Well, we have the evidence right here. I could show the jury if that's helpful.
Maybe help.
We cut away certain parts of the vehicle. Are you asking me?
Yeah, you recall?
What is it labeled? Yeah. Pretty sure that's it, yeah.
And you, it's been previously marked as defense exhibit 134.
Okay,
I want to ask you what that is.
yeah. It's the bottom of the trunk of the Tesla.
Is that piece of evidence, did you recover that at the scene?
I did, yep,
Did you wrap that?
yes,
Has that been in your custody and control since you recovered that?
it has. It has, yeah.
All right. Defense moves to admit the defense exhibit 134.
No objection.
All right, Defense Exhibit 134 is admitted without objection.
Yes, it was. Just because I got to, hopefully I don't. Very close here.
Hopefully they're actually large.
Yeah, I get them on now. This is gonna work. Work.
What size are these? I wear extra large.
The only ones are good.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
You can do it, don't worry about it. All right, you can't. Okay.
The fingerprint.
Okay, so if we can we unwrap State's Exhibit 134?
Yes,
September fifth?
yes.
Thank you.
You want me to unwrap it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Is State's or Defense Exhibit 134, is this the section of the trunk we saw in that picture?
Yes,
Okay, and you've got a card inside that exhibit that says item number 5.
no,
Okay, and item number 5, is that going to correspond with some pictures that you took at the scene
Yes.
when you were recovering the evidence?
yes,
Okay, all right. All right. From here,
what do you need?
good one. I don't need to. Judge, I need bigger gloves.
I'm sorry, what?
Need bigger gloves. It's all.
Oh, those are the only gloves that are available.
Oh, boy. Trouble. Okay.
It was collected for the hole in the bumper, not for DNA or fingerprint evidence. That makes a difference.
So, interjection may handle in this?
No.
Anybody? Okay, all right. So. Yeah. So this hole that we're seeing at the bottom of this trunk, is that the hole that we saw the picture of?
It is, yeah.
Okay, all right. And so as this piece was laid in the vehicle before it was cut out, would this be the front right corner, the back left corner? Where's this hole located?
Well, I think we can see in some of the pictures. It's the front left.
Front left corner. Okay, thank you. Actually, is that right? Can you tell us what we're looking at in this?
So what we're looking at here is where if you can see where my finger's at, that's
Actually,
where
if you would, could you do it on the big screen, just so the jury can see where
I had surgery yesterday, so I'm
I am?
moving a little
Sorry,
slower.
Greg.
So this is where the apparent bullet exited out of the trunk. And this is another area here where there appears to be an apparent strike by a projectile on that part of the car.
Can you tell us what this is?
That's the piece that I cut out for later comparison. The plan was, again, this is pursuant to a court order. The plan was for me to take a piece of the bumper that was not, didn't have any holes in it, and take it out to a range and
Sustained.
Okay. Move on. Tell us what we're looking at.
That previous photo with the scale, that's the other end of the impact. It went apparent bullet trajectory. That's the other part where the end of the scale was at. You can go back to that other photo. Yeah, well, that would be this right here.
Yes. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the same thing we were looking at in the previous two pictures.
Yeah.
That little cutout there is the presumed path of the apparent bullet.
And this a close up of the same.
Correct.
Right, and that's with the scale, right?
That's right here.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's part of the liner in the trunk that has what appears to be an apparent bullet path through it.
Or hand you would have been previously marked as defendant's exhibit 135. Can you take a look at that and tell me what that is from your markings on the front of it?
Carpet pad from Tesla trunk.
Okay, is that item number 3?
It is.
And that's the same as you see in that picture right there, right?
It is, yep.
Okay, can you open that for us? Well, first off, let me move to admit, defense exhibit number 135.
Any objection?
For the record, you haven't made any kind of alterations or changes to item number 3. This is exactly how you found it when
It
you
is.
got it.
I photographed it before I collected it. In addition to that, the lead detective on this case was present during this entire time and viewed everything that we did.
That was Detective Pavelic?
It was.
Okay, and he was present the entire time that we
He
were
was,
doing
yeah.
this?
Yep.
Do me a favor, Cindy's gonna kill us. We keep talking over each other.
Oh, sorry.
Let me finish my question, then answer. Okay, if you could, move to admit 135, Judge?
Any objection? All right, Defense Exhibit 135 is admitted without objection.
Could you please open that?
Yes.
To save Cindy's ears, is there a pair of scissors that the gentleman can borrow?
It's like Christmas for me.
Scissors there.
I'd be happy to open it with scissors.
Think about that. So on Defense Exhibit 135, can you tell us or tell the jury what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the pad from the trunk and what appears to be an apparent bullet trajectory through the padding.
Can you describe that apparent bullet trajectory? Is that a straight line, crooked line? What are we looking at?
Straight line.
And can you tell the jury where that was lined up with regard to Defense Exhibit 134, which was item number 5 in your collection?
It lined up perfectly with that apparent bullet hole.
And so if we took 135 and laid it inside of 134, it matches up perfectly with that hole.
Correct. Yes.
Straight line.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
It would be helpful, item 4, it would be helpful if I had my evidence log with me. Or- To refresh my recollection, can I look at item 4?
Sure. Look, record reflecting he was referred to March Defense Exhibit 136. Can you tell us what
Yeah,
that is?
it's a partial piece of the Tesla trunk.
Is that what's reflected in this picture?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we see here?
Apparent bullet hole.
And this is in item number 4, correct?
Correct. So what we were looking at earlier was basically kind of an insulating layer, maybe a soundproof layer. And this is the actual part of the trunk. Also kind of a trunk liner. I would consider this the trunk. And this is a padding, and then this is kind of another plastic liner, basically.
So 134, just for the record here, Defense Exhibit 134 is the trunk, which is the metal part, correct?
This, I would consider this a trunk, yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 135 is the pad,
Correct.
and then Defense 136 is the trunk, kind of a liner.
Correct.
And Defense Exhibit 136, that hasn't been altered or changed in any way, correct?
It has not.
Not since you collected and wrapped it, right?
I collected it, was witnessed by the other private investigator, Carrie Kearns, and also witnessed by the detective who was out there.
Okay, that was the Detective Pavelli,
Correct. Yeah,
lead detective on this case.
lead detective.
Okay. Move to admit defense exhibit 136.
Defense Exhibit 136 is admitted without objection.
Okay. So as we hold that up, do you see anything in defense exhibit 136?
I do.
What is that?
It's the apparent, the path of an apparent bullet traveling through the trunk.
Okay. And as you saw this in the trunk when you were inspecting it,
Yes.
was this on top of defense exhibit 135?
Yes.
And defense 135 was on top of defense exhibit 134, correct?
Yes.
And so if we lay this inside, how does this match it? So as you found this,
Yeah, there's pictures to demonstrate.
Okay. it just lays on top of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This was item 5. This was the card that was inside the piece of the trunk that you had with.
Yes.
The 134, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the hole in the trunk.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So I was taking pictures as we were processing the vehicle to show that we were cutting away the trunk at this point in time, just kind of telling the story. That seemed important and relevant to this case. So, and again, we had a court order that allowed us to do that.
There's defense exhibit 107. Can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, just a different angle of where we're doing the cutaway. This would be from, I believe, from the driver's side view.
Can you tell the jury what that is right there?
I'm not sure what I'm looking at there.
Okay.
Just a piece of the metal hanging down.
Looks like you're on.
Mhm.
That's what we're looking at there.
That's the pad with the apparent bullet hole.
And does that have the trunk liner on top of it, or is that just the pad?
That's the pad and the trunk liner.
Right. Can you tell what this is?
That's the pad or the trunk liner being lifted up from the pad.
And did you take this picture as you were?
Yes, the whole process, I took pictures at each step of the process.
So what were you doing in this particular?
Again, this is when we were cutting away the trunk from the car, so we were just showing that the whole process and the fact that the hole was present in the trunk, the pad, and the liner.
Here, same thing here.
Correct.
This is item 2 on defense exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That appears to be a piece of metal that came loose as a result of an apparent bullet being fired through the trunk.
Is that a close-up view of that?
Yes.
I want to hand you what's been previously marked defense exhibit 137 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's evidence item 2 marked as a metal fragment recovered from Tesla located at Groudon Vehicle Storage.
Has that been altered in any way since you collected it?
It has not.
It's been in your custody and control the whole time.
It has.
Move to admit defense exhibit 137.
No objection.
All right, defense exhibit 137 is submitted without objection.
You open it?
I can.
And can you show that to the jury
Yes.
so they can see? No, permission to follow, Judge, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Eric, can we appreciate it?
Yes.
The permission to publish the photographs, defense exhibit 70 to 133.